This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Monday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're getting new information in right now of very dangerous conditions in toward the Lone Star State, and we're seeing tornado watch in play, but several tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes here. Really, things escalating over the last little bit into a situation where we need to be on the air as this is turning into a tornado outbreak now, as we're getting reports. Spotter 5 miles north of Jarrow reporting debris falling there on 35 there. And also report there in Williamson County of a overturned tractor trailer and Round Rock there. And just the last little bit, there was a tornado crossing the interstate I-35. Video of that circulating on social media. So things really getting going here. Need folks to take the situation seriously. We're going to try to dive into all of this activity and break down exactly what is going on in here in this vicinity as we look toward areas there southeast of Austin. The latest warning here is for parts of, it looks like Caldwell, Bastrop, Gonzales, and Fayette counties until about 7 o'clock. Confirmed tornado there at 6:13 local time, 7 miles northeast of Luling. That's moving northeast at 40. We're checking the latest here in the chat session, of course, trying to get the latest information as we have Lockhart, Bastrop involved in this, for instance. Just trying to give you guys an idea. The warnings are just dropping very quickly here on the board. We have a tornado warning here east of Austin. This is for Travis and Bastrop counties. Extensive straight line wind damage and also tornadic activity possible in toward this vicinity. Up toward the north here, we get toward Williamson County tornado warning. This is for a confirmed tornado, damaging tornado over, if I'm pronouncing this right, if I'm not, I apologize, over the community of Hutto there or near Taylor, moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And then we have another possible, rest of the confirmed tornado as well, the one there in the Jarrow area. Things is heating up, and we now have a new tornado warning for parts of Colin, Dallaston, and Tarrant counties. So let's go ahead and get up here. This is radar indicated rotation, but we've had some really bad conditions here toward the north earlier on. A tornado hitting the area there around Jacksboro, damaging the high school, the gymnasium. Tornado there in that vicinity as we were looking there around the Bowie, Texas area as well. So really a nasty situation on our hands. Things escalating rapidly here. That wasn't even really within the tornado watch area, but things now, as we look more even down toward the south, getting into those very favorable parameters. Tornado watch goes until about 10 o'clock Central Time tonight, but honestly, we're going to have many more of these watches. This is just the beginning, folks, so we really need people to take shelter when there's warnings in play and heed what's happening. I know we're getting a lot more information here in the Weather Center. You see our significant tornado parameters. I mean, these are over 5. This is just, again, to add to this, we have these storms really to the south end, and then College Station really needs to be paying attention to exactly what is going on there. Texas A&M, they're just back from spring break, so things, again, really escalating here. On this Monday, you see these temperatures in the 70s. I mean, we have all type of severe weather tornado parameters that you could really ever need here for a very serious situation to evolve toward the Lone Star State. I do not ever remember a situation here this serious toward this part of Texas. The last 20 years or so, looking at the weather situation. So we really need people to be watching as this is, again, just on the edge here of the moderate risk, because the threat's going to really be escalating even maybe more so as we get toward the College Station area. We haven't even reached the maximum threat yet as these storms are moving in toward that red area over the next little bit. So really serious situation, folks. We need you to take heed of all the different warnings in play. Haven't had any tornado emergencies so far, but it doesn't matter. If there's tornado warnings in play in your area, you need to go ahead and take those tornado precautions immediately, as this is a tornado outbreak that is ongoing. I know right now we're up to, it looks like, about 6 tornado warnings. We actually had a few more than that, I believe, a moment ago, right before we came on the air, but just so many warnings. We have another one here right near the Oklahoma border. This is north of Gainesville, Texas there, so going to continue to watch the situation. Again, this is an area that we rarely see a threat to this level of evolve, especially this far down in Texas. Generally, North Texas, I mean, I've actually grew up there till I was 5 years old, and I know North Texas gets a very substantial tornado threats from time to time. But as we look down toward central Texas. So this is an area that we really haven't had this big of a tornado threat in a long time. So looks like a new update here to the tornado warning for Bastrop and Travis at 6:19 Central Time. Possible area of tornadic activity there. It looks like about 7 miles east of the Austin Brookstrom International Airport, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So again, just all sorts of activity going on here. Right now we have the 3 confirmed tornado warnings here as of just a little while ago. We have the confirmed tornado here toward Caldwell, Bastrop, Gonzales, and Fayette counties here. Another confirmed tornado. This is toward Williamson County there. And then a third confirmed tornado. This is going to move in closer toward Temple, Texas, pretty highly populated area over next little bit. This is for Bell County. So again, a really serious situation. I know seeing more information come out now toward North Texas. Let's see exactly. I think they're just outside the tornado warning, but Grand Prairie has now activated their most northern outdoor warning siren. So maybe right on the edge, actually, there with this tornado warning that does go to areas around Carrollton, Richardson. So this is radar indicated here. The significant tornado threat not as high toward the north here, but again, things really escalating in the Lone Star State here. There's several different areas to watch. And again, the confirmed tornadoes in the last few minutes toward the south here. We have this threat here that's going to continue. Let me go and pull up our graphic system. I have the latest information in here. We put this out a little while ago just to kind of reinforce the danger that people could be in. Through 7 a.m. here tomorrow morning, you see that risk toward Dallas, Waco, Lufkin, Austin, Houston, and in College Station there in that red 15% area. Texas A&M University, and then as we get toward that Tuesday, you can see here, folks, that threat really gonna really transpire here as we look toward areas around Baton Rouge up to Jackson there. I know Starkville's in here. We have West Alabama, New Orleans, just kind of getting the idea. Lake Charles is in here maybe for earlier on in the day. So just a nasty scenario. I know 5 miles south of Granger now, Williamson County, tornado on the ground. We're going to go ahead and come back on to our overview shot right now so we can see what's happening. I mean, we're getting to so many things here into the Weather Center right now, as it looks like tornado damage to a home there, Highway 80 and FM 671 in Guadalupe County. Again, I'm not very familiar with this area. We don't have to do tornado coverage for this part of the country very often, so I apologize here. Not 100% sure on some of these pronunciations, but just getting more information. Cook County there, North Texas, multiple residences damaged there on County Road 313. Search and rescue ongoing, so you kind of get the idea. We're going to gather more information back around the bottom of the hour, about 6:30 Central Time. I was going to come back on earlier. If you're in one of these tornado warnings, though, take shelter now. Interior room away from windows.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour getting new information in. It looks like the Doppler radar there in towards central Texas may have been hit by a tornado, a large tornado. So let's go ahead and jump on over to our GR level 3 computer. This was the imagery about 10 minutes ago before it headed toward the radar there in central Texas. You can see this around. It looks like the community of Circleville here, and then you can kind of see Granger as well, and now maybe the tornado moving further on up here towards some of these different communities. As they're getting radar down, we need folks in shelter immediately. Things have ramped up. We might stay on with this update for a while at this point because we're getting just all sorts of information in. Sherwood Shores, people trapped there in toward the state of Texas. Looks like lots of debris there. We're talking as we look there, 29 miles east of Jonah, maybe. I mean, we're just getting so many reports in, folks. There's so many reports in right now. It tells you how dangerous of a situation this is. So what we're going to do right now, let's just kind of go to the overview again, because I need everybody paying very close attention right now. In the Lone Star State, things have escalated about as quick as I've ever seen them in a situation with this many possible, if not confirmed, large and extremely dangerous tornadoes on the ground. So let's go ahead and go down toward the south here, folks. This is a tornado warning for parts of Caldwell as well as Bastrop and Fayette counties. This actually, they're now calling this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So this is an actual confirmed tornado on the ground, but it's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour toward the north here east of Austin. This is a confirmed tornado near Manor, 7 miles southwest of Elgin, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. We have, it looks like, areas there in parts of Travis and Bastrop counties involved with this for at least another 15 minutes for warning and play. You can see several tornado reports here with this cell. I'm surprised we haven't had a tornado emergency issued, but things are just so quickly happening. I'm sure the Weather Service is just trying to get warnings out as quick as they can here. Normally when you have this many tornadic situations, I know I'm kind of lost for words right now because we're just getting things in so fast, but in an area that we're not very familiar with having to cover because we've never really had in a long time severe weather this bad down here, probably since the 90s. We'll have to just kind of wait and see. Hopefully not, but we'll just have to kind of evaluate things here. You see Round Rock, looks like Funnel Cloud reported a report of a tornado there, damage at a resort 2 miles east of Round Rock. As we look here toward the Granger area, of course, we had a tornado on the radar there. I'll see you that radar view again because we didn't see the debris signature. I know we also have a university radar we can use as well, but let's go ahead and see this debris signature. It's pretty clear as we go over here. This was the last view on that radar before it went down. Bear with me here. We got so many things going right now, so our systems are running a little slow even. I mean, there's just so many different things to look at. You can see here this debris signature, though. This is right there near, looks like State Road 95. Again, we're covering this national event because it's such a big deal. We cover these when they're really high level events like this, though. Generally, not this part of the country. Again, never really seen anything in this part of Texas. In North Texas, you see this stuff, but generally not in Central Texas here in areas that I was not as familiar with. As we're going to go ahead, they're still talking to the chat about maybe the radar being down or not, but let's go ahead and go to the north here. So we had this tornado warning there, and the radar is down, they're saying, they're confirming that, but large, extremely dangerous tornado near Granger at 628 or Granger Dam there, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. You can see another tornado warning, confirmed tornado. That was a little earlier in the Gerald area, and that's for Bell County, and then a particularly dangerous situation for areas there, Bell County, and then getting even further up in Central Texas as well. We're watching that. And in North Texas, there is a tornado warning for parts of Dallas County, and that'd be a big deal ordinarily, but that's not for a confirmed tornado. But this is a possible tornado here toward areas, it looks like, of Colin, Dallas, and Denton counties, and this warning goes here until 7 o'clock Central Time. We just got an update here in the chat, so let's get back down here to Central Texas. They're saying considerable damage there. Bastrop, Lee, Travis, Williamson counties. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Elgin, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And I know we have a Texas A&M radar we can pull up, so let's go to that right now. I know some radars are down. I have that in here. I loaded this in earlier in case we had some things we needed to use this for. And unfortunately, we have a lot of things that we need to use this for here. So let's go ahead right now and pop on our other mode of our software, as we're getting reports now. Tornado there, 10 to 15 miles southwest from the view, 6 miles east of Elgin, on the ground periodically. But this is a radar, a university radar, Texas A&M radar. I've never used this before, but we have a TVS signature here right now around Granger. This is the scan from 32 past the hour. I'm going to go into 2-minute scans pretty soon. It's a radar that's only used in the severe weather situations. And got this up here earlier. So this is that radar right now, and you see that. This is interesting to see, actually, in the positioning of it, because it looked like the radar already went down. So not 100% sure on exactly where things are lining up here, because the timestamp looks right. So I'm curious to kind of get an idea of why maybe the radar went down earlier. If I'm reading this right here, if I'm not, I apologize. But again, this is a dangerous situation. Doesn't matter what's going on here, folks. Exactly. We have large tornado on the ground near Granger, Texas. We have Belton there. You see Bell County. This is a damaging tornado up there as of a little while ago. We'll put on our mode here of rotation. Doesn't look like as much maybe, but again, we're in a radar we're not used to using. So let me go back to a broad view. I know we have so many radars in here, so many warnings. So let's just go back again. I know it's almost impossible to take the time to break down every single warning, but I'll go back to the overview again. I'm just going to go through them. I'm not going to point them out or anything, but we've either had confirmed tornadic activity or confirmed tornado just the last little bit for tornado warnings for parts of Bell there and Milam County. I may be mispronouncing that. Again, this is an area we don't talk about very often at all. Much more familiar there with North Texas, but we have Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette counties, Williamson County there, Bell, another one for Williamson there. Maybe the same storm, but just so much happening. Bastrop, Travis, and then as we get toward the radar indicated tornado warnings, we have one there in that Texas area that from a little while ago. Bastrop, Lee, Travis, and Williamson, and then we have Bryan, Johnson, and Marshall. That's up toward Oklahoma, and then the Colin, Dallas, and Denton County ones. So just going to continue to watch the situation carefully. That's right now a grand total of 9 tornado warnings. Very serious situation. I know. Getting some reports in, just minor reports toward Arlington there in Tarrant County, pea-sized hail, but nothing like what we're seeing down toward central Texas, or even what we saw toward the west around Jacksboro earlier there. This is a situation rapidly evolving. I know we'll have to watch out for Houston later. We have more storms starting to develop now southeast of San Antonio. You see temperatures here in the 90s in March, and you have all these tornado parameters in play. It's just asking for trouble here, folks, and we're getting trouble. We're really seeing that, unfortunately, evolve as we have the tornado watch for this large yellow area in play until it looks like about 10 p.m. Central Time. So, again, that's really telling, and this threat here, not just in this zone, it's going to extend further off, and then getting, as we saw, toward parts of eastern Louisiana and toward Mississippi, toward Alabama. It'll weaken off some as it gets closer to our area, though. That's the anticipation here, the expectation for now. But we'll continue to watch it, obviously, as things are just very, very serious overall. Let's go to rotation tracker here. You see the one area rotation here. That's really, really clear there. Bartlett to Granger. The other area, this is really tight here between Weberville and I'm going to try to pronounce this Latige there in the Elgin area. As we're getting considerable damage possible, and we got to keep in mind some of this stuff could be a little old with some radar issues too, but we have considerable damage potential in that Granger area. We've been trying to emphasize that one. We have this warning here. It looks like there's Shrine Prairie. This has been for a confirmed tornado a little while ago. Right now it's radar indicated. Here you see off toward the south and west. This is a really bad storm here as we're watching towards Seguin, Texas there, east of San Antonio. So just all sorts of problems happening right now. As you can see on the board, you see the lightning here. There's some of that, but again, the tornado parameters, this is our tornado parameter map. This is just the beginning, folks. This isn't, it might be wondering why I haven't been on for several hours. It's really, this stuff, this been really erupting within the last 45 minutes or so, the last half hour. We've really started to get even more reports in, and this is not something that's going to be over an hour or two. Now, there'll be lulls, obviously, but we're going to have a threat for the next 36 hours of that isolated strong tornado potential here. So even those local affiliates at times here really become valuable, keeping you and your family safe. Because, I mean, if you're in one of these areas, you always watch one of those, because it's going to be hard for us to focus on a few clusters there in the Ward 1 market versus maybe other markets here. We're just trying to kind of give you the whole overview in general. And another report of a tornado 3 miles southwest of Elgin. You kind of get the idea. So craziness happening right now in Texas. I'm seeing so many tornado warnings in play. We'll take a break right now into coverage. You see Colin in the line of fire here. Let's give you guys an ETA on what could happen. It's hard to say exactly what storm will impact them, but let's just take it from one of the worst winds right now. We had this report just a little while ago, so maybe in an hour to 2 hours there around College Station. That's when the threat will be moving in there toward Texas A&M University. That threat's actually supposed to maximize for tonight around that area. So it's very important if you have friends, family around College Station, let them know here that this could be a very serious situation headed their way. A very serious situation. They could get lucky too, but they could end up, in fact, be impacted by a substantial severe weather danger here over the next little bit. As TDS just southwest of Elgin now. So many reports coming in. We're going to keep you updated. Be back at the top of the hour. We'll be back at the top of the hour with more information. I just wanted to come back on earlier, but those tornado parameters are there. Most of the dynamics you need here, most of those dynamics that you need here for the severe weather potential are really coming into play.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here at the top of the hour, I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud getting in the latest information toward the Lone Star State as we have this numerous tornado warnings here in play. 6 of them right now. 3 of them we've either had a confirmed tornado on the ground or there is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. One of those warnings there in Texas toward Bell and Milam County, there. We also have Lee and Williamson County, and then in Oklahoma we have Johnston County there. So definitely a dangerous situation ongoing here. We have 3 other radar indicated type tornado warnings here: Bastrop, Fayette, and Lee. We have Bell, Falls, and McLennan there. And then we also have Milam County there, we'll call it, that one in play as well at 7:45 Central Time. So we're going to go ahead and zoom on in right now. We have this one radar indicated warning. I know later on this could be something to watch there north of Houston. I'm going to go into a track on this. You can see northeast at 35 miles an hour. So just to kind of do it for here myself, looking between Huntsville and Conroe maybe in a few hours. We'll watch for that, but no tornado watch over there yet. I know we're checking in the chat session for the latest information as we look here northwest of College Station. You can see around Rockdale there, we have a radar indicated warning. We had a tornado on the ground earlier there, 3 miles southwest of Elgin. It looks like this one right now is more for a radar indicated situation. So that's a little bit of good news. Some weakening there maybe for a short time. We're looking at the radar scan as we get new information and the major tornado damage to homes in Elgin, Texas. Major damage there. Bastrop County, according to a storm spotter. So not what you want to hear. As we get up toward the north here, this is a storm that is now radar indicated, but it had a history of producing a tornado. So right now, maybe not quite as serious. Granted, you can't let your guard down if you're under a tornado warning. These have a history of producing major tornado damage and injuries. And as we look up here, we do have this other warning here. This is rotation here over the community of Troy. They're 7 miles northeast of Temple, moving northeast at 40. I know sometimes at the very beginning when these storms start to develop, they have a tendency maybe to be a little more aligned here for the stronger tornado potential, but we still have the threat. So these could kind of wane, and then these could really fire back up in terms of their areas of rotation here because this environment is so favorable. I mean, it'd be really surprising if we didn't get these to re-strengthen here or have other storms evolve into tornado producers in this type of environment as we see College Station again right in the line of fire here. Texas A&M University, really got to be watching carefully. We do have a TVS on that radar that we're looking at out of Texas A&M right now. So I know this radar can really be helpful in these situations. So let me go ahead and do a track on this one here. We'll try to warn people the best we can. Looks like this area here that we're watching right now, one of these will be moving more toward Falls County over the next little bit. So let me go ahead and pop on up our other mode here. We'll go ahead and see what we're talking about. You can see our tornado vortex signature here. You're looking to the southeast of the community of Rogers right now, the southwest of the community of Buckholz there. We'll continue to watch the situation, that spin with the red and the greens coming together on the radar. It's happening right now. We'll go ahead and zoom back out. We'll show you another storm here. And this is a lot more broad in nature where we did have the major damage around Elgin that we were getting in here just a little while ago. And then as we look toward the south, we do have some rotation here. I'll put another storm motion update on this as this is here toward the Fayette Bastrop County line, it looks like. And the storm track on this one looks to be here closer maybe toward areas there, not too far away from Smithville, and then maybe Giddens. Gideon's later on down the line as we continue to watch the situation, as we watch that downstream for sure. We'll continue to watch, monitor things. Tornado warning count's gone down just a little bit for the time being, but can't lay your guard down. This one right here is really picking up well here as we're looking, not too far away from Rogers and Buckholz there. We're really watching the situation carefully. Again, let me go back to our other mode that we have on our system. We'll be able to see what we're talking about, our significant tornado parameter in play. You can see upward of about 5 on that. That really just tells you if you're a meteorology, when you have that with the other dynamics in play, that can be problematic because the tornado warning continues for Falls and McLennan County there. And then we're also getting reports in of damage at Chili's along Highway Looks like I-35 there, the frontage road, reported by broadcast media there, Williamson County, 2 miles south of Round Rock. So just not what you want to hear, obviously. This cluster right here is what we have. It looks like all 5 of our tornado warnings at the present time, and that lines up really well with the SPC outlook here. And that tornado threat, you see it's going to maximize, it looks like, around College Station, maybe just steering toward the north. This is the wind and hail combined on this here. If you guys are kind of wondering what we're showing, they're continuing the tornado warning for Lee and Williamson counties now. That warning going till 7:15 Central Time. So a lot going on here, folks. And again, as we mentioned earlier, this is by far just the start of things here. Overall, maybe we get lucky and things don't ramp up as much here at times later tonight. We don't have as many pulses and we have more lulls, but we'll still have some pulse of the activity from time to time, no doubt about it. And then as we look here, this is 7 a.m. tomorrow. You see the risk all the way to Lufkin there. And then as we get all the way in toward that Tuesday time frame, you see our red area of moderate risk of tornadic activity that extends there for several communities involved in this here. You can kind of get the idea as we're looking toward Louisiana. Of course, we have areas not too far away from New Orleans in here, but even New Orleans, a strong tornado can't be ruled out there. And you see Jackson, Mississippi, and then you have Starkville getting over toward West Alabama, just kind of trying to Bradley Point. Lake Charles is in there too. Got hit, of course, by the hurricanes. Looking back, that's so bad of the damage there. Don't need anything else. But I know we've been mentioning Gerald, and I know we've had some tornado damage around there. Now, back in the 90s, of course, if you're in meteorology, you probably know about the tornado that hit there. That was just an unbelievably dynamic atmosphere. And we're not expecting anything to that level here in terms of just that completely just wiped away even any remnants of the building because it was moving so slowly there. But this could be the biggest event we've seen in a while there towards central Texas in terms of severe weather as we're getting information in now. Images show tornadoes still underground just west of Lexington, Texas. And then no reports of significant damage in Carrollton. That's up toward North Texas, but there was a funnel cloud spotted there around March and Hebron area. And then Waco, Temple, Colin folks are going to let know if there's any info out on the cell near Buckholz. They've got a warning decision to make pretty soon. So let's go up into some of these different communities here as they're continuing to tornado watch for some spots, cancel on it for others here. You can kind of get the idea. Just these beeps are more tornadic information coming in. It kind of tells us what is happening here, direct communication. You see Waco here, folks. You see Waco. Let's look up this way right now. You can see some rotation. You have some rotation here, but a lot more rotation to the south on this latest look at things, and that could be a problem for areas there around Rockdale eventually. But you even have, it looks like Sandow there, or Sandow, if you want to pronounce it like that. Again, I'm not familiar at all with these areas here in central Texas. This is not an area when we look at severe weather over the years. We watch coverage from so many affiliates growing up. I did not have to watch or have to have much coverage viewing from the Austin affiliates, from the Central Texas affiliates, the San Antonio markets. It's just not something you had to do because there wasn't all that much severe weather tornadic action down here. But getting information in that the tech is being dispatched to that radar in Central Texas is down. That's all they know right now. I don't really know if a tornado hit it because it seems it may still be standing from what I've heard here on social media just over the last little bit, and based on looking at that other radar, it hadn't even got there when it went down. So that would also make a lot of sense that it's actually not down per se, but just having some issues. It's not down because of a tornado. I mean, like actually physically down, but just down technologically. So going to keep you updated here. Be back at 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern with more. This threat, by the way, as we've kind of talked about, will spread eventually in toward parts of that Florida Big Bend region as we do look ahead in toward the timeline here, in toward Wednesday morning, southwestern Georgia as well. So that'll be something to watch for, obviously, as we look off toward the east here. We'll be continuing to watch the situation as we get off toward the east. But the threat's going to be lower, quite a bit lower. In fact, those tornado parameters shouldn't be too high, but still can get an isolated tornado, obviously, some damaging winds, and some smaller hail that could even get toward that severe criteria. Be back here about the hour, unless we need to come back on earlier, so stick with me, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch a tornado watch in play, but also several tornado warnings within this. I know all the issues around Round Rock, Texas, so significant there, and then off toward areas there like Alton. You kind of get the idea this has been a very dangerous night toward parts of central Texas there, toward parts of the Lone Star State. It's really just getting underway in some regards because we have College Station here over the next little bit. That could be in the path of some very serious weather in that general vicinity. You have Brenham, Texas here as well. We have the radar pulled up there at the university that we can go to right now. Let's go ahead and see one of these storms here. Will kind of give you guys an idea of the tracks on some of this activity. So let me go ahead and pull this one up right now. You can see here, this is in toward parts, it looks like, of Bastrop. They canceled that out, but still going for Lee and Fayette counties there. And you can see this track here taking it toward areas further up toward Lyons there over the next little bit. You kind of get the idea. So we're going to continue to watch the situation in toward Texas very carefully. I know as we get further on up, you can see some other areas of broader rotation. One there east of Waco. That general area, that was something to watch for, obviously, as we go ahead and put the storm motion on for this. You can see some broad rotation in here, but nothing really well defined. Same with Rosebud, but the confirmed tornado area, that's been something we're watching in this area down here, a little more rotation. Just got to keep on watching, though. We'll go back to the overview of the situation now. We currently, it looks like, have 5 tornado warnings. Only one of these for a confirmation, so things not quite as active as they were earlier, but still pretty active, obviously. You see that one warning east of Waco there that we were just talking about. That's for part of McLennan there, as well as Hill and Limestone counties. They see by the Fort Worth office. And then they continue a warning there for Milam County there. They're telling us that in the chat. They have one, Bell County canceled out just a moment ago. We have a warning here down toward the south. That's the one we were just talking about there. And then toward Burlington County, there's now a tornado warning in the Houston office. You see that. They'll be taking over some of this. And then we have the warning there canceled out for Bastrop. But we have, again, Lee and Fayette. So, again, quite a bit going on here. Areas that don't generally get this type of tornadic action getting it here this evening into the night. So, a very dangerous situation. Obviously, some damaged homes there. It looks like 6 miles northeast of the community of Buckholz, Texas. So, again, kind of getting you guys up to date on what's going on. There's also been some damage in Oklahoma. You see this report here toward Marshall County, Oklahoma. This little tornado icon north of Sherman and west of Tarrant there. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously. But then as we get down here toward central Texas, you see east of the interstate. We have several warnings between the 2 interstates, really, at this point. So, I mean, it's kind of a little triangle if you think of it like that. Within the triangle, we have all of those tornado warnings in place. So as I zoom out, you see what I'm talking about here. You might be wondering, you can kind of see the interstates that border on the west, the east, and the south. There's rotation brought over to Gideon's area right now. We're getting that information in right now in the chat. So again, tornado warnings continue in play. Things not quite as active as they were, but they can ramp back up with little or no advance warning here. Tornado watch till 10 o'clock Central Time. We'll go ahead and see the moderate risk area here. It still goes for a while. This was just the very beginning of it to the south, and really, you see the hail threat. Really, the tornado threat is just starting to get in that maximum. That's what's interesting about the tornado-driven moderate risk area. That's just starting to begin. So that's one reason I know we didn't come on that quick, because it's an unusual situation. Sometimes these moderate risk areas cover a huge area basically, but that's not the case here in this situation. It's very confined, but honestly might have seen conditions worse than they'll be in this moderate risk area off toward the south and west based on some of the different reports we're getting around Round Rock, for instance. I mean, that's just incredible video, different stations, multiple stations there in that Austin area, 7 video of the tornado as it was happening. That's something you rarely see here, folks. I mean, it was literally crossing the interstate on live television here. That's something you, again, do not see very often. And that was more than that 10% risk. Obviously, you have to respect any risk. We all know that here. But in terms of national coverage, we can't do coverage for everybody, obviously. As there was a ground circulation there southwest of Gideon's and west of US 77 is since lifted, but it's looking to be wrapping up now again. They're telling us here in the chat session. So this risk here not over for a while. And moderate risk here, it'll be at least going for the next little bit. We'll get another update. It's possible they could change things around a little bit, but probably going to keep most of this going based on the history of the storms. What we've seen here is things move on northeast at 35 miles an hour. So probably about 3 hours till this accident gets out of the moderate risk, that we could have more accident even kind of building around it and entering in at different angles. So got to keep on watching here. It's going to be a busy night even for Houston, even for Lufkin there. This is far from over, folks. So we're going to keep you advised of the situation. Be back at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern. Of course, we need to come back on earlier for a tornado emergency. We'll do so. New tornado watch, no doubt, going to be issued further downstream here. I would think this is a severe watch likely, and I'll go ahead and click on this. They're talking about it's going to be a new tornado watch that'll be warranted here over the next little bit in eastern parts of Texas. So we'll keep you advised here on this national threat, and I'll be back here within about 25 minutes or so.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. It's 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We're watching so much going on toward the Lone Star State. A little bit of accident in Oklahoma even as well. But tornado watch is down into toward Texas here. I know a tornado watch is going to be coming up for the Houston area probably pretty soon. But you can see areas there of the state really getting into very, very nasty conditions here as we get toward College Station. I know seeing some rotation down to the south and west, and this is headed in their general direction. I know looks like some more reports coming in here, different things like hail, but you can see here that little hook there. That's problematic for Texas A&M University potentially here over the next hour or so. I have a track actually set on my other source right now. I actually have the radar up there at the campus there toward College Station, toward Texas A&M, and we'll go ahead and pop it up right now. You can see this is where the rotation is. It's headed right for the campus, unless it changes trajectory just a little bit here. I'll back this up. You can see the rotation a little bit tighter a moment ago, but even here, you can really see that headed right for even the radar site, the campus there. This is a special radar there on the Texas A&M campus we're using for this situation as we go ahead and show you that hook echo now, giving you the latest look at things. Let's get you there in about 45 minutes or so, maybe closer toward 40 minutes, something like that here. So really got to be watching. If you have students there on that Texas A&M campus, so you need to make sure you go ahead and give them a heads up that a possible tornadic storm, no confirmation on this as of right now, but a possible tornadic storm may be headed their way there toward that area, toward Brazos County there in the College Station area. So again, I gotta be really cognizant of what is going on in this vicinity. Gotta keep their eye open. It's the first day back from spring break, as I was looking that up a little while ago, and we just want to go ahead and continue to monitor things. I know they're talking in the chat that possible tornadoes and some wind damage around the Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex. So just trying to see the situation up there, saying they're not sure how much they really lucked out. Maybe worse to the south, but still quite a bit of issues there in North Texas. But you can see here, we're watching this storm right now. We have other tornado warnings at TVS Signature there in Falls County. So let's go ahead and go up here right now. This is a possible tornado that's evolving there just to the northern east of the community of Reagan here. You can see that tornado vortex signature right now, trying to give you guys an idea of exactly what's going on. Here's a better look at it actually based on the angle of this storm. And you can see it going up toward Thornton there in Limestone County over the next little bit. So watching that Fort Worth National Weather Service area jurisdiction as this kind of moves along. And there you see another rotational area northeast of Waco is a little weaker in nature. But that one right there. And then this one as we kind of go on down here toward the south, moving toward College Station. Those are the two that we're most concerned about at this point. It looks like nothing on the ground at the moment. I know we had just an eruption when we were coming on the air here of tornadoes on the ground causing damage. Haven't had necessarily fatalities reported that I've seen yet, but there have been some injuries reported here. So we have to just continue to be cognizant of what can happen here in this environment, because the moderate risk just got updated a little bit here. I didn't see too much in the way of changes with it, but let's go ahead and go back on over now. We'll go back on over. You can see that moderate risk, and this covered area is College Station. And you see all these areas further downstream even. You see Rust, Jacksonville there, Texas, Palestine. You can see Huntsville, Texas in there as well. So got to continue to watch the situation carefully here. And these storms have a history of producing damage, damaging conditions here off toward the west, off toward the south and west, especially around Austin there in that general vicinity. So a very dangerous evening continues as we go and pull up the tornado parameters. These are just off the chart pretty much. I mean, we're talking about values over 6 here in some areas. I mean, looking at this graphic here, you can see I'm close to 6 around College Station. So that storm being by itself, that could be a problem. This is not necessarily going to go away even if we're losing that daytime heating, because as you can see here, we have plenty of surface-based CAPE here involved right now, and there's so many other parameters that are going to be helping things out here. You don't just need CAPE necessarily for tornadic action. You need a lot of other things coming together, and we're still getting that potential. So Got to stay tuned to the very latest here. Nothing on the ground right now, but you cannot lay your guard down here. You got to have multiple ways to get alerts if you're in that area. We're going to pull up our tornado safety tip graphic here. I'll kind of say, you guys, what we're talking about with that real quick. I know it's just so important to emphasize this, and this threat's going to continue even off toward the east tomorrow. I know it's just something that gotta keep in mind as we go ahead and check the latest information coming on out. We'll go ahead now and pull up the graphics computer. You can see here, want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris with a bicycle helmet. But if you're in the general vicinity where charges devices, obviously keep the power lost. Some people already have lost power, and then have multiple ways to receive alerts here in this vicinity, because the threat's going to continue, going to spread eastward. Going to have new tornado watches in play as we look ahead into the timeline. So that's something we really got to be cognizant of. And we'll keep out ahead of everything here. Of course, if something really imminent comes up with a confirmed large and extremely dangerous type tornado with a tornado emergency, especially then we'll be breaking on in before 8:30 Central Time. But otherwise, we'll see about then. Right now, 4 tornado warnings in effect, it looks like here. I know we're getting some expirations, cancellations, whatever you want to call them right now. We're going to continue to watch things to see how the number transpired and how the threat continues to develop.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. It's about 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern. We'll continue to track the accent there toward the Lone Star State, even a tornado warning toward Oklahoma as well, but especially in the Lone Star State. We're having some issues. I know the biggest and most important tornado warning right now to talk about is around College Station there toward Brazos County. You can see this accent coming on in now. Rotation here on velocity isn't as impressive as it could be, but that's still strong winds, severe winds showing up. But we have kind of seen overall here, and again, don't let your guard down around College Station and Bryan, because this could ramp back up because the tornado parameters are just extreme. But we haven't seen this in the last little bit. But if they do ramp up, of course, over a populated area, that'd be problematic. But just something we got to continue to track here over the next little bit. I'll go ahead and go on over right now to our other mode. We have our Earth computer pulled up. You can kind of see here what we're talking about in terms of some tornado warnings. The tornado warnings right now, College Station area, of course. This is for Grimes, Burlington, and of course toward Brazos County there. So we'll continue to watch. And then as you get up to south of Corsicana, we have tornado warning continuing for Limestone County. And then a second tornado warning here west of Palestine for Freestone and parts of Limestone County as well. And then a tornado warning in Oklahoma. You see it north of Hugo there, east of Atoka. So something that those local villages are for sure covering, just like they would be down here toward the Waco market, toward the College Station TV market. You kind of get the idea. So something to definitely monitor. Now, things haven't been on the ground. We had earlier those purple boxes indicative of those tornadoes on the ground. It was much more serious in the moment there. A little surprising to see, but sometimes when you get storms to develop as in a more widespread fashion here as we get closer toward nighttime, sometimes they're not able to take advantage and spin as frequently here. Sometimes when they first get going really, they can be the strongest, even though the risk area kind of showed maybe that risk being further off toward the east. But you do see our tornado parameter just extreme here. And even if we do enter coverage here over the next hour or two, give or take, you want to watch those local affiliates, because a tornado could still destroy a mobile home, destroy many mobile homes during the night. It wouldn't take a tornado emergency, which that's probably what the justification we'll use to come back on the air in a situation like that where we do wrap the coverage up. But then tomorrow, folks, you got to be aware tomorrow toward parts of Louisiana, parts of Mississippi, parts there of Alabama, even into early Wednesday. We really have to be careful, because toward Arizona, Hattiesburg, Jackson, Baton Rouge, we really need folks to be careful because the threat of a strong tornado is there. But honestly, probably haven't had a violent tornado today based on the damage I've seen. Now, strong tornado, EF2+, and then a violent tornado is EF4+, if you guys are kind of wondering what I'm talking about here. And honestly, that chance of violent tornado based on just climatology would ramp up tomorrow there. So we really got to be careful when you get to that violent tornado range. That's really when you have this total devastation in the picture. But I do think we've had some strong tornadoes today. Of course, that have to be confirmed by the National Weather Service offices when they do their surveys. But strong tornado, they are definitely something not to mess around with here. Even just in that EF2 range, that's still very severe, very substantial here. In fact, we'll go ahead, as I'm going between some of our graphics right now, it's always important to kind of get an idea of what we're talking about here. So I have our enhanced data scale up. Sometimes we just kind of bring this stuff up on the fly. So I'll go ahead and switch on over toward the graphics right now. I know they're talking about some smaller hail, but I got to watch for the hail threat and the wind threat outside of the tornado threat here as well. I know we had some significant damage potential in some of these thunderstorm warnings when we first got them going. I know we were seeing some of that, but let's go ahead now. And go on over. We got our graphic system pulled up right now on our other source, and you'll be able to see here that enhanced data scale. When I'm talking about EF2, EF3, that's still considerable severe damage. But I do not think, and again, it's going to take the Weather Service to survey this. You never know. I thought the Panama City tornado was a little bit weaker, I know. Generally, I'm pretty good on this, looking at damage, looking at debris signature, but that Panama City tornado, the debris signature wasn't quite as well defined. It was really close to the radar site. I ended up having an EF2 out of that. They are back on Friday. But definitely that chance of EF4, EF5 tornadoes, unfortunately, is there tomorrow. I mean, never always that high of a chance individually, but you got to be cognizant. Even an EF0 tornado like what we saw in 2012 toward parts of the Tampa Bay area there. In the Tampa Bay area, we had an EF0 tornado in Debbie that was deadly. So you just never know what can happen here. You got to take every tornado warning, every severe thunderstorm warning, every tornado watch seriously. Obviously, it doesn't matter the strength, in that it can still pose a threat to life and property. But obviously, the higher you go up, the more damage and destruction you'll see. So, and potential for injuries and fatalities. But again, we're going to continue to watch here. The tornado warnings to the north, we're down to 3 of them right now. Things are kind of in that lull we were talking about here. But I do not want to go off into at least this storm down here. And that's why, folks, that's why I didn't want to go off, because we're getting reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground right on cue. Wow. Toward Burlington, Grimes, and also toward, of course, Brazos County there. Seeing the confirmed tornado, it looks like 8:35 over Southwest Bryan. So let's go ahead and go on over here. Oh, wow. It really ramped up on this other viewpoint. Last scan or so. This is going to be from about 5 minutes ago. It'll give us another update here soon. So we might want to stick with this, actually. This is why I didn't want to go off. Roy's seeing this ramp up here on the latest scan now. Northeast of the community of Snook there, and west and southwest of Wellborn, Texas. You see the circulation. This is headed in the direction of College Station, folks. This is headed in toward the direction of Texas A&M University. So if you know anybody there, time is running short. We now have confirmation of a tornado as this is ramped on up here, folks. This is ramped on up here. And it's probably just crossed over County Road 50 there, because the scan's about 5 minutes old, it looks like. But we have another radar we can go to here as well now. It's back up, the Central Texas one. And yeah, you can really see that water fine circulation. It's a little bit ahead, actually. See if we got any type of debris on this. Yeah, we got a debris signature, I think. That may actually not be. Okay, I think that's inflow, actually, now that I look at that again. But nonetheless, it has been confirmed here. So let me go ahead and go back. That's not co-located, but again, a report of a tornado on the ground moving toward Texas A&M University. This is on the ground causing damage here. So we got to be very careful, very cognizant, obviously, as we go back on over. Now, let me check that again, because they're saying Southwest Bryan. So I know, honestly, we're seeing rotation to the north here as well. The towns kind of go together here. I'm not that familiar. I mean, there may be a little bit of rotation over here. We're looking closer toward Bryan, so could have something in there. But obviously, this is what is probably prompting the confirmed tornado based on the overall storm structure and based on both radars showing it like that, or other radars not really so much on it. So this is what's headed in the direction of College Station. Doesn't necessarily matter for College Station exactly what's going on with that. The descriptions are kind of odd there, I know. It's at Bryan College Station. The towns, sometimes they kind of run them together there. But they're saying the gate-to-gate couplet is on the Brazos Burlington County border. So let's go ahead and go back on over now. Let's go back on over. So this is what we're watching, folks. This is from a scan at 34 past, so it's still a little behind, but this is moving into College Station now. So they may go considerable here, a considerable tag, as it heads right toward Texas A&M University. Again, time is running out. If you have friends and family there at Texas A&M University in College Station, we potentially have a tornado headed toward campus there. The campus is right where this radar is, and this headed right there in that direction, my friends. And this is a couple minutes behind. At this point, there is about, it looks like, as I kind of zoom on out here, it's a little hard to see our time indicators, but let me take off some of our radar just for a moment here. It's probably, that's 15 minutes it looks like. So here within the next 10 minutes or so, probably headed in toward that College Station area. They're saying in 5 minutes in their statements. So time running out there around Texas A&M University shelter. I know it's the first day back from spring break there. I was looking that up the other day. And then you want to really just get in that interior room away from windows. In fact, let me go and pull up those tips, because these could be life-saving here around Texas A&M University. Doesn't matter what strength of a tornado hits you. You got to be on guard. You got to be really careful here, as we now have a A tornado on the ground, potentially headed toward the university here in that moderate tornado risk area. So you need to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. You need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And to protect yourself from flying, everybody put on a bicycle helmet. I know there's residence halls there at Texas A&M like they did at Florida State. So have designated areas there for you to go in a tornadic situation here. As we have a tornado confirmed on the ground doing damage now, headed in the general direction. It might miss the campus. I know we've had tornadoes miss campuses before. We've also had tornadoes hit campuses. I know Louisiana Tech there in Ruston got hit a few years ago going back there toward the Arklamis, Tuscaloosa there. It didn't necessarily impact the main campus. They did not believe back in 2011, but we had, of course, students lose their lives that fateful day, April 27, 2011. Now, not going to be as strong as that tornado, but still, you got to be prepared here. Got to be taking those tornado precautions. We don't think it'll be as strong as that tornado here at this point. But again, we'll continue to watch. The scans actually kind of weakened up here on our other mode. It's actually broadened out a pretty good bit. This is looking higher up, though. That's a good sign, but our other radar is actually looking lower down. It's right on campus. I mean, of course it should. And this isn't a great debris signature. That's great news, though. That was not a great debris signature because we're not getting those pieces of things lofted up. So maybe a weaker spin down toward the surface, the gate there, near the Burlington, Brazos County line there. But again, we're going to have to continue to watch this situation carefully. We got to continue to watch it. Let me go ahead and that's definitely as tight as you will see here, a terminal-type Doppler radar light. That's a university radar. Let me go back here, folks. An interesting viewpoint. If you look at meteorology and see this, this is definitely something you're not used to seeing here, right this tight in. I mean, this is the green and the orange coming together, that tornadic signature here. This is from 8:38 Central Time, so 4 minutes ago. It was south there of County Road 60. It looks like County Road 60, and you can see that path there taking it right into town. So this is 4 minutes old. So it's probably coming up right in here, somewhere in here right now, and headed right toward town. You can see all the buildings there in town. We don't know if it's on the ground at the moment. Maybe it's not, but if we have it on the ground, a debris signature will probably pop up on our other mode. This doesn't have debris signature. It's a different kind of radar, but it's the university radar that we're using right now from Texas A&M University. As you can see here, this is that spin. If we had correlation coefficient, we could tell you, but you can see that's where it would be right about there, right here, just to the east of the county line, it looks like there. And just to the south there, County Road 60, that's about 5 minutes old though now. So again, you got to extrapolate there about 5 minutes out. This tornado on the ground here, moving into College Station. Luckily, we haven't had necessarily a considerable upgrade or anything like that. Just a confirmed tornado. So maybe not an extremely large one, maybe a weaker tornado. Even something like this would show up here, even as a weaker tornado itself on a radar like this at the gate to gate because of how close we are. I mean, we're only looking 300 feet up at this. I mean, but this is there. I mean, that's 71 mile an hour one way, 40 the other. So these could be winds about 110. That's like an EF1, EF2 tornado. A tornado you would have like in Ocala the other day. We just couldn't see it. But the radar, you can see it with this radar here at Texas A&M University. Right now, it's headed right in that general area. Hopefully, it doesn't stay on the ground, but it's in there. I mean, it doesn't look like it on reflectivity, but that's a clear tornadic signature there right now. Surprised, and it's a good thing we're not getting up into the chat because that means things maybe aren't necessarily touching the ground and causing like extraordinary damages. We got a new scan in, folks, and that's good news here. It looks like. Let me see. Could be so close to the radar now we're not gonna be able to see it. I think that's actually it down there. Yeah, I think we've actually seen that rotation drop on off. Yeah, because you can see how tight that was there. You can see how tight that was, and then the latest scan it dropped off. But that didn't mean you should let your guard down because next scan could have it right over the radar side as a tornado on the ground again. Or maybe it's not on the ground as of this scan here at 41 past the hour, and it takes a few minutes to come in. But the next scan, it could be on the ground. So, and it could be doing damage and producing a confirmed tornado over town. So you just never know here. I know we're a few minutes behind on this radar scan right now, College Station viewpoint from the Central Texas radar, but we'll continue to look at some different things right now. We're sticking with it because there's a confirmed tornado as of at least some point here moving in toward College Station. Latest scan here, I see the latest scan right now. This circulation here is kind of broadened out, it looks like. Really not seeing, I mean, that's interesting actually, the way that's developing it. But that's definitely a lot more broad in nature. Looks like some inflow here, but it doesn't necessarily look like debris to me. I mean, you can't rule it out, but this right here looks more like inflow in the College Station area right now. So that's the good news there, but still, can't guarantee that something isn't down. Something could be down and doing damage there in toward Brazos County, in toward Texas A&M University, toward College Station. So let me go ahead and go on back here. We'll go back to our other radar. We're going to do the scan in here in a moment, and if we have a good look at this here, and that it's probably not on the ground, then we'll go ahead and throw it back toward this, the radar viewpoint into the top of the hour. But again, let me go ahead right now and show you our viewpoint of this. You can see the heavy rain in that general vicinity. You can definitely see that here within our technology, so that's the good news. Again, continuing to check here. I know they expired. Fort Worth office did a tornado warning for Limestone County. That was up toward areas there. Fort Worth covers. This is an area that Houston office covers. They are saying a new warning with a hail threat coming now in toward that Bell Falls County area, Milam County there, however you want to pronounce that. But again, continue to watch here toward areas here around College Station, toward the Brazos Valley. So again, want to continue to watch what is happening here as we check rotation tracker over the last little bit. You'll be able to see how it kind of comes and goes. So it could recycle right over to town, and we wouldn't be able to tell you until it's already doing damage. You might hear it on the ground right near you, or if somebody you know have it on the ground right near them, and it's going to take a couple minutes for that radar scan to show it. So that's something you got to keep in mind. And you can see here, let's go back on over here. They're continuing under the tornado warning for Freestone County in Texas. But as we look here right now, you can see the rotation. The hail is probably in there right over town right now, maybe about an inch in size. I know they've had hail this time of year before during the NCAA tournament. I remember watching, I think it was a Texas A&M basketball game with the local affiliate pulled up there. It was NCAA tournament. That's the reason I was watching. I think it was them against North Carolina, maybe. And I had that on a Facebook stream, and they were getting very large hail in that area at one of the TV stations there. I think the main TV station in that area there, CBS affiliate. So they can have hail this time of year. Just, you don't generally have this type of tornado threat involved with that 15% risk. So you can see moderate risk zone here. We'll go ahead and see that significant tornado threat in there as well. Obviously, while we're concerned, because that's where it's supposed to maximize. I'm going to go ahead and look at some things here. Just checking my modes. Not seeing the rotation right now on that other radar, but still can't lay your guard down because it's moving at a pace that's relatively moderate for what you would expect. So not too fast, not just an extreme speed like 70 or 80, but it's not moving at 5 or 10 either. It's moving about 40 miles an hour. As we go ahead and go back on over right now to this other view, we're not seeing the rotation now, but this is an obvious textbook rotation on a radar like this here from about, it looks like 8:38 Central Time, so about 10 minutes ago, just southwest of town here. I'll go ahead and zoom out for perspective, but you can see that here, very clearly. I'll put my mouse on it, and then I'll point it out again. So again, we're talking right in here. Let me try this. It's kind of hard sometimes to see on our monitor, but you get the idea. This is what was heading that direction, but right now I'm not seeing it as much, but I know we are getting reported Gulf says hail toward Freestone County there. So definitely something to kind of be watching for in these storms. That danger is there. The wind damage danger is there too. So right now, it doesn't look like we have a tornado necessarily going through that area. Don't want to rule that out, of course, and it's still important to keep an eye on things. We'll have our stream up. I'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information as I see a new thunderstorm warning now for Hayes and Travis. So back out to the west here And then a new circulation in northern Anderson County. Their weather service is telling us that a new tornado warning is coming for Anderson and southern Henderson County. So that's something up toward the north here as we go ahead and go back over toward the broader view right now. You can kind of see what we're talking about here on that broader perspective. We'll go ahead and zoom on out right now. At the scene, you kind of get the idea here, folks, what is going on. Tornado watch the second window, 3 a.m. Central Time here. That does include areas that are around Shreveport. You see Tyler, Longview, Texarkana, Lufkin in there, Conroe. Houston actually not in there, which tells me maybe they think the threat here, and based on looking at it on the radar, it looks like the threat maybe just north of Houston, but we'll continue to watch as storms develop. Could have some more action kind of trying to develop here, sweeping through later in the night. So we'll keep track of it. We'll be back here at the top of the hour, unless we need to break back in earlier with more weather information. Stick with me, everybody. Stay tuned.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock Central Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time as we're watching accent toward Texas, toward even Louisiana, Arkansas with a tornado watch in play that extends all the way out there, but mainly toward Texas here where we do have some tornado warnings. We had a confirmed tornado there southwest of College Station we were watching earlier. The accent with that had weakened on down on some of those last scans. We'll go ahead and check again, kind of get an idea of what's going on here. I know they're talking about a tornado circulation that's crossed into Henderson County and Anderson. They'll be removed from the tornado warning here shortly, but let me go ahead and kind of put a little loop together, a look at things here over the last little bit toward College Station, because this can kind of be helpful in this type of situation, of course. Try to give you guys a visual on exactly what's going on. So let me go ahead and kind of play this one out here. We'll go ahead and pop up our other source. I know we stayed with you a little longer in the last update. You can see how they had the gate together around Snook there, and then it kind of goes off to the north. We'll zoom out even a little bit further on here, but you kind of get the idea. You can kind of see the spin, not really there, but then it really comes together in that gate type fasten there. You can really see it as it was headed in the direction of the university. So luckily, from what we've seen for now, maybe a weakening off as it moved toward that, and you'll be able to see the current viewpoint right now. Off the Texas A&M radar, we do not have the tornado warning really right there toward campus at this point, but you can see off toward the north and east here toward Madisonville, for instance, the Williamson Valley. You can see that's to 9:45 Central Time for Grimes, also toward Brazos and then Madison and Walker counties. Houston office issuing this. So something I'm going to be watching. It's going to be a busy evening, I know, for all the folks down there. We have other warnings as we're watching up toward the north. I know areas that are more traditionally favorable for tornadic action in East Texas. I know up toward areas there not too far away from Tyler. They're going to be under the threat here later on. Longview, Shreveport, those are areas you generally expect more tornado warning action to be in versus Central Texas. So they'll be watching, but there'll still be a threat down toward the south of the action, kind of trying to form down kind of toward Austin. Some of this more maybe in the straight line fast, and while the accent ahead more discreet and still more favorable for tornadic action. So you need to have multiple ways to get alerts here during the overnight hours as we're looking ahead further off toward the east, even further off, and then tomorrow toward parts even of Louisiana and toward Mississippi, and of course parts of areas there in toward Alabama as well. As we're getting reports that we're taking a weekend into the Texas A&M campus, but they're starting to show signs again of becoming organized south of Williamson Valley, and that's why they've continued the tornado warning as a result of that. So I'll look at my end, see if we're seeing anything there around Williamson Valley. Maybe a little bit of something there actually. You can kind of see it on here. Let me pop it up. I think this is what we're looking at as we're getting a delayed report in earlier from an area there in toward the Limestone area of a light pole snapped on Cannon Street. So that's the report coming in there as we go ahead now. We'll go ahead now and pop on up another mode that we have here. And of course, that is the analyst computer. So you can kind of see how I have that spin trying to come back together a little bit. That's the latest scan. You see a couple before now. We have a little bit of that spin here as well. So that's kind of something to watch for as we get downstream. It's interesting to get this terminal Doppler type view of it, similar to that. You can see that spin here, definitely to watch here as we get further up toward the north, eventually toward Madisonville in Texas. So we'll go ahead and put a storm motion on here and put a storm track on this. You can kind of see within the next 45 minutes or so, 30 minutes, something to that effect, further on up. They'll be watching, of course, with this warning here going into play at about 9:45 Central Time. So gotta continue to watch, gotta continue to track. We're back here about the the bottom of the hour. We're on right now, the top of the hour. We're back at about the bottom of the hour with more information, and we'll kind of see how the storm situation transpiring in relation to the moderate tornado risk to see if we want to continue here with our coverage or if we should just wrap it up for now and then just kind of see how things go. And then, of course, the local affiliates will be key as well, warning you. Just make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts during the night here, as I see a new tornado warning coming from north and central Anderson County in Texas.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, continuing to watch our severe weather situation toward the Lone Star State. Right now, we do have a report of a confirmed tornado there from a storm spotter just a little while ago on this storm here between College Station and Madisonville. There's a report earlier, and the rotation was really showing up well on that radar site at Texas A&M, and it did again. It's falling apart again, though, as we're getting these pretty rapid scans. This one just from a few minutes ago. We'll go ahead and pop it up now. You can see it's broader in nature at the moment. Let me make sure this is aligned good with our storm motion. But again, going to continue to watch as I back it up. You can see here we had a really tight rotation, a confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado there closer toward Iola. You can see the gate to gate. I mean, this radar tonight has been invaluable. Texas A&M University radar. Hopefully we can get the country covered on more radars like this, but they are expensive. As you can really get an idea of where the rotations are, get a little bit earlier warning on exactly what could happen from that local level here. As you can see, the reds and the greens that were coming together, even the blues kind of trying to show up in there. This is about 15 past the hour there on Iola. So let me go ahead and zoom on out. Let me go ahead and zoom on out as we show you. You can see that little hook there on this. So definitely really interesting to be able to see here the structure of this. You can kind of see it coming together even during that last update we were showing you some of this. But again, right now it's weakened on off, but a lot of wind potential still with this. It looks like a straight line wind potential over Madisonville in Texas. So something to watch. This is a storm that's had a history of a couple tornado touchdowns. So got lucky, it seems, around College Station in terms of any type of tornado touchdown. But still going to be a busy night. A situation will probably go off here at the top of the hour with that being our last update for tonight, unless we need to come back on later on or something really ramps up in the next half hour, because it's just a situation that's still significant. But even tomorrow's threat looks more significant toward the east here, and we need to be ready for that. And our local threat here is lower, quite a bit lower, but it's still there for your Wednesday, so we have to be ready for that as well. But it's crazy how things kind of ramping up on us very fast toward the area there around the interstate, around Austin. There around 6 o'clock Central Time or so with a confirmed tornado crossing the interstate there. We're not sure on necessarily any fatalities right now. There have been some injuries in the grand scheme of things, but we're just continuing to look at things. It doesn't seem like, from what I've seen so far, we've had a violent tornado today, but that threat could still be there as we look into toward tomorrow. Here, and even in later hours of overnight. I mean, there's still that 15% risk, that significant tornado risk still stands, and you can see the red area is starting to get out of the moderate tornado driven risk zone. This warning going here until it looks like about 9:45 Central Time. The one to the north here for Freestone County going until about, it looks like 9:45 Central Time. You see another tornado warning here west of Tyler, Texas, at TV Market, Van Zandt, and Henderson counties. That warning also at 9:45. So always interesting to kind of track the latest information. And I haven't updated this, but I want to send this to you for tomorrow's graphic here. Not today's graphic necessarily, because that has changed a little bit, but I'll go ahead and show it to you for tomorrow. So let me go ahead and pop up our graphics here now. I'll step one over to show you guys that latest update here for tomorrow. Keep in mind what's behind me there, not necessarily indicative of the latest look. It's been trimmed back some is what I'm saying, but tomorrow's risk, I mean, this has a chance to even get upgraded to a higher risk theoretically here. So I know they're tracking a confirmed tornado now over Madisonville, so we'll take that in a second. But again, you see the significant tornado threat here toward parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. So they'll be watching for that, obviously, and we'll keep you up to date. But let me go ahead and go back on over to see what they're saying with that tornado. Wasn't seeing too much on the other radar view a moment ago. They're calling it observed, but you might just want to be err on the side of caution here, because we're not really used to using a radar like from a campus, because they're only using this, I believe, really when the severe weather is around, because it costs so much money. But we'll go ahead and show you a more broad look at this, really, but still, maybe a confirmed tornado on the ground around Cottonwood and Madisonville. So that's what they're saying right now. So we'll continue to watch that carefully here. Tornado warning continues to report to Grimes, Madison, and Walker counties there at the Houston office. Continuing to track that here. And we have two other warnings, one for Van Zandt, one for Anderson counties. Those are in the Fort Worth jurisdiction, but things haven't been quite as crazy here as they were earlier on. So on a national level, of course, we cover our local area so extensively, but on a national level, we'll probably wrap things up here on our update at the top of the hour unless things really ramp up on us here. You can see our whole area, of course, that we cover generally, but when there's national threats, we like to do special coverage on all the platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, and probably be back at it tomorrow as well for the threat that we were just talking about toward areas there of Mississippi, of Louisiana, of Alabama. Maybe we'll get lucky. Things will not be as serious as we're anticipating right now, but the threat definitely seems like it might be more favorable than out there than what we saw when it really ramped up there right about 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central there toward the interstate. And I mean, we even had tornadoes toward Jacksboro, Texas. So it's been a busy day here. Not over yet. We'll watch, of course, toward Wednesday for our area. And we'll be here with the latest for that. Our update tomorrow sometime in there. Long as we're not in too busy of severe weather coverage. If we are, we might kind of put things by ear on how we want to do the forecast, or if we do it, if it's just so dire of a situation, I might have to just stick with cover to maybe a tornado on the ground somewhere on that national perspective and that national look at things. So we're going to keep on watching, keep on tracking here. Still watching this. This is going to be here near an I-45 in a little bit. We'll keep on monitoring and be back here at the top of the hour to wrap things up unless we need to come back on earlier or if the situation warrants us to stay on a little bit longer.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, giving you the latest information. I know we have this storm that we've been watching there around Madisonville. That's a view from a little while ago on that Doppler from Texas A&M area. And there is, by the way, as it got further up, away from the radar, not getting as good of a view because it seems like there are some pretty substantial damage reports coming in there toward Madisonville as this storm now moving in the general direction of Crockett, Texas now. So gotta watch downstream toward there, and you see other areas between maybe Jackson and Jacksonville, Texas, and Lufkin, Texas there, and then we have a couple tornado warnings around Tyler now. I know those stations to be watching very carefully. Nothing confirmed, but a tornado warning for Henderson County till 10:15 Central Time, and a new one out of the Shreveport office now. This goes for Smithwood and Upshur counties there until 10:45 local time. So got a couple tornado warnings up there and a couple tornado warnings on this area too. So 3 different areas we're watching, 4 different tornado warnings at the present time. But even though I'm planning to wrap the covered up here in just a few minutes, you got to make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts overnight. This is a situation where still going to be a big local story for people, even if it's not a big national story. I need to stay on for. It's still going to be a big local story, so make sure you follow those local affiliates and have multiple ways to get alerts, because even a tornado here that's a little bit more on the weaker side can still be impactful, can still be dangerous, cause injuries, cause fatalities here. Nighttime tornadoes can develop so quick. The warning could come out in a minute later. It could be moving right in. So you got to really stay weather aware here overnight in the area that I'll go ahead and see you now. You see the watches, but then you see the risk area goes a little bit further off to the east, even into toward parts of north central Louisiana. You see toward Ruston, even toward the Arklamis area. So they'll be watching that, I'm sure, there at some of the local stations in that area. But as you go ahead and zoom on out, you'll be able to see what's happening here toward College Station. Things are more linear in nature as we look down toward the south. Still have the tornado warning and the moderate risk, but as we go ahead and see here, it's at the edge of the moderate tornado risk right now, at the edge of that. But we're still going to continue to watch toward Crockett there. I know if we get a tornado emergency, we're going to try to come back on the air here. I know they're telling us in the chat now that this tornado, they're still thinking it's on the ground there near Austonia. So I know there's a town, of course, you have San Antonio, but I think this is a combination of Austin and San Antonio. So Austonia there is, I think, how you're pronouncing that. But that's where we have a confirmed tornado in that vicinity. You see it on our mapping, and you see some of that rotation right there in the yellow. So again, a dangerous situation for them. Take shelter now. That's what they're telling us here in the chat for you guys to do. So still a dangerous situation in that regard over toward areas around Austonia. So Crockett, you see there in the path of this as well. So we're going to have a bigger threat here tomorrow, though. Even though it's already pretty substantial now, it seems at least the climatology would suggest that. Can't guarantee it's going to be like that, obviously. We've had quite a few tornadoes in the Lone Star State, more than you generally see. I mean, things really were heading wild here, right at the top of the coverage earlier on, right really outside of that moderate risk zone by a little ways. But obviously, any risk is dangerous, and you can't predict exactly what's going to happen, especially in an area that doesn't get severe weather that often to this extent. So we'll have to continue to watch this scenario very carefully. I'm talking more about Austin versus off toward east. You get this threat a little more off toward College Station, it seems like, just over the years. But to get that many tornado warnings around Austin is something you rarely see in confirmed tornadoes on the ground. That's something you rarely see there. Hope everybody's all right. Thoughts and prayers. But we'll be watching off toward the east tomorrow. Again, we've talked about this, and I'll pop it up again. We have the threat here on your Wednesday locally, a smaller threat as well, but I'll go ahead and kind of step on over so we're ready to do this. I know you don't see too much right now where I'm looking at. Threat's going to change, though, as we get on over toward that Tuesday now. Through 7 a.m. Wednesday, technically, though, you see in the red area, Jackson, Mississippi under this. You see parts of Louisiana in there, obviously. And then you have the strong tornado threat. It's over a wide area. Now, it's kind of hard to point here on my left hand, but you kind of get the idea when we're trying to do it the opposite way. But you kind of get the idea here. Definitely going to continue to monitor the situation. So watching tonight as well. As we go on back, you see the tornado warnings. Red means red indicated, purple means confirmed on the ground doing damage here. So still got to watch toward Lufkin. There's a lot of areas that still have a danger here Despite me wrapping it covered up, I know we had a situation in December, a Kentucky tornado situation. This doesn't look like it rose that level at this point. I know after it went off, we knew there would still be dangers. We told you to watch those local affiliates, and in Bowling Green ended up being the site of some devastation there during the nighttime hours. That could happen again as we started to enter outside that 15% risk we really like to be on for. Starting to really enter out of that. The only area that we're still watching that has that real tornadic threat and danger, substantial tornadic threat, I should say, because some of the stuff could still rotate with the tornado watch. But you see that track here, it's going to be trekking, heading in the direction of Crockett there. Now we're watching the situation, obviously, there, Crockett, Texas. You see a new tornado warning now for Tyler. This is for the Tyler metro area. So let's check that real quick here. See what we got on this. Is this warning just came out from the Shreveport office. It looks like a pretty highly populated area in Tyler. So you see the rotation here, the greens and reds coming together. I know we're looking up really high on the radar. The coverage is not great out here. They're just having an issue based on that. So be careful in Tyler. Take shelter because we won't know if a tornado's on the ground until it's already doing substantial damage then. So the time for action now, even though we're going to wrap it up here, you're still under a pretty substantial tornado risk. 10% tornado risk, a strong tornado possible. This could be that. You never know. Radar cover didn't all that good out here, 10,000 feet. And then even having a rogue storm, which is kind of bizarre to me, right there near the Texas-Mexico border developing now. You see it east of Laredo. It's not even in a risk area. Wow. This is unusual. Let's go ahead and pop this up. This is they're calling it a destructive storm here. It's actually the edge of the thunderstorm risk, which tells you how unpredictable things can be. But they're saying baseball-sized hail there and 70-mile-an-hour wind gust popping up. So this is why you got to stay weather aware. I mean, this is not even completely in the general thunderstorm outlook, and we're getting a storm that's producing maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail not far from Laredo. Let me go ahead and pop this on. You can see that coming there. Areas from the south and west to the north and east kind of here. So hailstorm out there in southern Texas right now, way outside the risk area. So definitely things can pop up here that you don't expect, and gotta stay weather aware here in this overall pattern. We have that threat on Wednesday a lot lower toward our area, but still you can't not let your guard down because things unpredictable like that can happen. You just really gotta be aware here of what's going on as we have severe thunderstorm watches up toward the north here, toward parts of Arkansas. You see this here in play at 4 a.m. Central Time for parts of western and southern Arkansas. And then you see here the tornado watches. If we have two of those, we have another thunderstorm watch that's going to go away pretty soon for parts of eastern Oklahoma. But again, interesting to see here. It's crazy to see that discrete storm down here. As a meteorologist, I'm not even in any of our tornado parameters. It is in the energy, though. And that does help, obviously, for that to go ahead and be an issue. So that'll be something to be watching maybe. That's just interests me here. Maybe not a tornado threat as much, but still a destructive storm here. Moving off toward the northeast at 40 miles an hour. So something to be watching in the general area of Corpus Christi later on. You can see here we have the 4 tornado warnings right now, though, on the board here. Just expect the unexpected. You see Gilmer, Texas could be in the path of another possible tornado. This is a little more in a line formation, but we've seen it before. March of 2019 toward eastern Leon County at a line, but we had a significant tornado anyway because we have 3, because Leon County, Florida I'm talking about. I know we've had a tornado warning toward Leon County, Texas that's in play, but Leon County, Florida I'm talking about in 2019, we had a really strong tornado within a line. So doesn't always necessarily take a storm to be discrete to actually produce a dangerous tornado. As you see here with our parameters, our tornado parameters, this will be kind of trying to enter into it, but the parameters have kind of been shrinking down a little bit here, so we'll have to see how that goes. But you see the very violent parameters toward Lufkin there. We'll just have to see how things kind of interact because it's not all just about the parameters, the basic ones. There's all sorts of things, obviously, that can go on in the atmosphere here. So again, we'll have to continue to watch the situation carefully with the tornado watches in play. I want you to watch those local affiliates here. Of course, if we get a tornado emergency, we'll come back on the air here. Do the best to do that anyway. I mean, there's a chance we could really have a threat anytime over the next 36 hours. So, I mean, really just want to follow those local affiliates just in case we can't get on the air quick enough because we have to then watch for our area on Wednesday. But we'll try to be on here As things do transpire, of course, the moderate risk covers tomorrow. That'll probably be when it peaks on out here again, as when we'll come back on with some extended coverage, more than likely. A lot of unpredictability here, and it's an interesting situation. A little more normal type severe weather threat tomorrow, I guess you could call it, even though it could be extreme. I'm talking about more normal area versus an area that we're generally not used to talking about for significant tornadic activity like Central Texas. But again, we'll continue to watch here the very latest. I know all sorts of stuff going on, talking about pictures, damage. They're getting different reports of issues there. And the Lone Star said it's been a very busy day. Threat is not over, though. Cannot emphasize that enough. Let me go ahead and pull up our safety tips again here. Let me go ahead and just remind you guys of all this because it's very, very important. I want to make sure we don't forget anything here that's so important, so vital. Make sure if there's a tornado warning in place, seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet and a tornado watch, or even in a risk area like for tomorrow. Make sure you charge up those devices tonight. I mean, if you're in Jackson, Hattiesburg, that general area, go ahead and just charge up those devices and have multiple ways to receive severe weather alerts. It's very important to do all of that here. Be weather aware, be prepared. As you see, they're talking about here in the chat now, a small threat of a watch being issued to the south, and that's what I thought it would be on as I look here. The storm around Laredo, very interesting situation there. Catches my eye. Just a rogue storm here. And that was not really anticipated. An isolated large hail threat, and they're talking about the longevity of the storms are unquestioned though for this area, but they're talking about just a 20% chance of a watch down there, but storm that's causing issues right now. Again, tornado warning for Tyler right now. This is for Tyler, Texas, folks. Smith County there until 10:30. It's going to be around the White House area, around 10:30 Central Time, the community of White House there. The rotation's not going to show up as good on the radar because we're further away. We see another rotation that's really showing up between Hawkins and Big Sandy there, and that's another tornado warning here in play. Another tornado warning in play. Let me go ahead and show both of these to you, though, because I just want to make sure everybody in Tyler takes shelter for the next half hour, give or take, until you have the all clear there, at least in toward Tyler, because you see the reds and greens coming together around the community there of Noonday. Interesting name there. And this is generally headed up in toward that direction. So, gotta keep on watching. If a tornado emergency gets issued, we'll come back on. That's the plan. And you see here possible circulation here trying to just translate the disruptions between Hawkins there and Big Sandy and headed up toward the community of Pritchett there in Upshur County. So, gotta continue to watch all of that. We'll go ahead and zoom back on out here on another mode that we have and talk about what they're saying here. I know they're just watching the two main areas of potential with the tornadic cells, the north area, then there's the one area toward the south. So just please stay tuned. Stay tuned for the latest. Houston right now, it looks all right, but still have multiple ways to get alerts just in case, because that threat could kind of shift back on down. As you see things developing like down toward Laredo with little warning there. So just got to be careful. Got to be really careful. I know the Weather Service, they're talking about different things that they're checking. People in here in the chat are. There's a lot more going on still that we got to monitor. It's going to be a busy next 48 hours. I mean, give or take here. That's coming east here toward Wednesday, not as high off toward the east, but it still doesn't mean it's zero, folks. And we'll be here to get you through it in our local area as needed and on a national level, too. Thanks so much for tuning in. NWS Tornado is a great account to follow. All those Twitter alerts as they come out from the National Weather Service in terms of tornado warnings. You can do that. Get every single one of them on there at NWS. Let's try that again. Twitter.com/NWS Tornado. Gives you every single tornado warning in the country, but of course have multiple ways to get alerts. And things can go down from time to time as this situation bears watching here. Going off. Don't take it lightly, though. Take this situation seriously. Thanks so much for tuning in. Trust in me for now.